And it's Zhao who gets us underway. 8 frames in this session. Not the best break-off, but it looks like he's covered that red that's come up the table. Neil folds alongside me. It's been a fascinating week of snooker, Neil, and we've got a final to savour.
Yeah, what a contrast, eh? With John Higgins bidding to become the oldest winner of a ranking event, which, of course, is handed around between the class of 92, it seems, over the last few years. John Higgins could be the next person in possession against the world champion, the future of the game, let's be honest, Zhao Xintong.
Well, you saw a grimace on Higgins' face there, and that's going to be one of the keys to this final. We know how brilliant this man is from distance, and if you leave him chances like this, highly likely he'll be taking them. And as I say that, he's missed one, which by his standards was pretty routine from long range.
Well, one thing I will say is he's become a slightly slow starter in these matches. You know, he's managed to sort of pick himself up and beat really good match players, sometimes from behind. He did it to Mark Selby in the event in Hong Kong, World Grand Prix. He was behind all the way yesterday against Mark Allen, so he doesn't always immediately turn it on. So John will certainly need to do something a bit lively early on. I think he needs to be in a position where he's at least all level or in front, of course, going into this evening. If he falls behind, it could be one-sided. I can't see Higgins could win it one-sidedly. Not really, not everything we've seen.
Sure, he was paying special attention to that pink. It was an easy pot, but he missed a number of them into that pocket yesterday, not least match ball against Judd Trump.
7.
When he looked as though he'd missed his chance to get to this final. And then in the final frame, Trump missed a red that was unexpected, and Higgins regrouped, it must be said, extremely well with a break of 65 to get over the line. It was a real roller coaster in the end, but he played the better snooker of the two, without a doubt. His second straight win over Trump. Having lost 14 of the previous 15 against the world number one.
Eight.
In terms of the two players' history against one another, Higgins leads the head-to-head 7-4. This is their third meeting this year. Higgins beat Zhao on his way to the Masters final in the quarters, and that went the distance, 6-5, and Zhao returned the compliment on his way
11.
to the World Grand Prix title in Hong Kong a couple of weeks ago, 5-3 in the first round.
Yes, it sticks in my mind, that game in the Masters, because really I thought Zhao Xintong, I'm going to say, was the better player. I mean, how can the better player lose? But he was 5-3 up, and I thought he was a little unfortunate. Higgins took advantage and got the win. But the other thing in my mind is that Higgins played tremendously well at the Ali Pali in the Masters, but the final was a bridge too far, it seemed. He didn't play as well, anywhere near
12
against Kyle Wilson. And now it's got to go that little bit further in his 51st year. You know, we've got the same kind of scenario here against a more youthful opponent. But you wouldn't put anything beyond John Higgins, and that is a terrific shot.
Now, with that Masters final in mind, I'm sure Higgins would have been grateful for the evening off, because he said he felt drained after the Trump match. It was a roller coaster in the end. Very dramatic finish. So to have a few hours just to regroup and hopefully, from his point of view, get a decent night's sleep, feel refreshed for this final, all important for him. Turns 52 in May. That's not great, though.
18.
Goodness me, that is, I mean, of all the places to land, one of the worst you could think of at the blue downwards end of the table. How's he ended up there? I'm assuming he just played onto the pink to the right corner. Overcooked it, so that'll be a big disappointment. As I say, I think he's got to put his stamp on this match early, and he had an opportunity to there. A few shots at the start of a best of 19 do not win or lose your match. But like I say, in the case of Higgins, I think he really needs to start well. Because Zhao Xintong is, well, he's won the last event. He's brimming with confidence, beating seasoned match players.
He's also won all 4 ranking finals he's been in. But that's not gone to plan. So a couple of missteps from Zhao at the start of this final. Missed the long red, which ordinarily he would pot. And Higgins' positional misstep has not cost him.
It was a dreadful safety shot, wasn't it? And there were a few of those yesterday, similar shots that gave Mark Allen an early in a frame.
Mark Williams was 50 years and 206 days when he beat Sean Murphy this season to win the Xi'an Grand Prix title, and in the process became the oldest ranking event winner. As mentioned, Higgins turns 51 in May, so he can eclipse that record today. He's already the oldest finalist since Rex Williams way back in 1986 when he lost to Jimmy White in the title match. He was 53 at the time.
Seven. Eight. $13. 14.
So I don't think the black being on the cushion will overly inconvenience John at this stage. He's just looking to chip away and get his afternoon off to a good start. Got some reds in the middle of the table. It's not the simplest of positional shots from blue to red, though, here. Some reds in the way. He's played that ever so well. He just had to pass those 2 reds, which he's successfully done.
19. $20.
Yes, that pink ball was not his friend yesterday.
I mean, the pink he missed to win 6-4. It was a pink that was on the blue spot, and he only wanted the pink, and he was playing off the cushion up for the yellow. I don't think it would be wrong to say 1 in 100 miss. That's probably all it would be. And that was the one time he did miss it.
He actually seemed pretty distracted throughout that break. He was quite hesitant, even though the Reds seemed perfectly set, and was looking at the scoreboard a fair
26.
bit. Some suggestion there was a problem with the scoreboard. Maybe it wasn't showing the right score, which just affected his concentration a bit. But the way in which he was able to regroup in the final frame was very impressive, because he must have been on the floor at the end of that frame that he lost on the black to Trump.
I suppose he was a bit lucky to get the chance to, wasn't he? Because Trump got himself in a winning position in the match in that frame and missed an easy ball when he was queuing slightly awkwardly. Probably another 1 in 100 miss, actually. So there you are. That's what pressure does to these great players. They miss balls that he wouldn't expect.
Yeah, and he was furious about it, Trump. He rapped the table with his knuckles. He was absolutely incandescent that he'd missed the chance to steal the match that, to be honest, he was second best in throughout
27.
the afternoon. He didn't play well, Trump. He only made 1/2 century. Anyway, that's all history now. It's all about today, and Higgins is making a positive start here.
$32. 33.
Yes, I mentioned that Zhao Xintong can start slowly. He's played 2 pretty poor shots, let's be honest. I mean, his break-off wasn't great. He missed a red that he usually would knock in all day long at range, close to the pocket, and the safety shot was a bit of a mess, actually. Just crept in, and any colour with this next red, and it will be
39.
first blood to John Higgins.
$40.
The other thing Higgins
46.
can do today is become the 14th different ranking event winner in 14 tournaments this season. Zhao Xintong, of course, won the World Grand Prix in the build-up to this.
Yeah, I must admit, I felt that stat would probably come to an end this week, because this tournament is basically for most of the winners this season. You know, there aren't many players that were in the Players' Championship that hadn't won this season, or else they wouldn't have been here in the first place, but he was one. So he'll win the first frame, and I suspect Zhao will concede.
And the first frame. John Higgins.
The world champion duly does concede the frame. A couple of mistakes from him, and John Higgins, the veteran, leads by a frame to 0. The other curiosity about Higgins in this tournament, of course, is that technically he shouldn't have been in it. At the cut-off, which was the World Grand Prix, he was in 17th place on the one-year list, but of course Ronnie O'Sullivan opted not to play in this event, even though he's won it a couple of times. And to say that Higgins has played the house money effectively would be an understatement. Here he is, 1 match away from another ranking title.
Very early in the match, but just a few signs. I mean, I'm a massive fan of Zhao Xintong as a player. I think he's the future. A brilliant player, world champion. You know, he's been UK champion. He's got a lot of things, but the one thing I will say about him is he just seems to sometimes go into a little bit of a slumber in matches where he doesn't appear to be on it. And then, of course, when he is on it, he can just pick up frames very quickly. He can't afford to let that happen. There's very little else to say about him that's not positive. absolute gem. And I think will wake up Zhao Xintong is to see his opponent play that shot. What a shot to play perfectly on the black. He's in.
It's been one of his great strengths this week, his long potting, which is not necessarily the strongest suit for Higgins in the last few seasons, but he's been getting 2 out of 3 throughout this event. That's a good return, and that was a cracker.
Nine.
He said he felt very calm when he was putting together that winning 65 break in the decider yesterday against Trump. He was able to block out the crushing disappointment of not winning it the frame before. Interestingly, he didn't leave the arena either. Trump did ahead of that deciding frame, but Higgins stayed there. He said he wanted to just focus on what he had to do to
16.
Forget about that 10th frame and get the job done in the 11th, which he did in typically robust fashion.
$17. 23. $24. 29.
Now the black is completely free. It's just a question of can he run this through and get low enough to avoid the 4 reds above the black being in the way. I don't think that's going to be an issue.
30.
This is Higgins' 60th ranking final appearance. If he wins today, he'll claim his 34th ranking title, just 2 behind Stephen Hendry, who's in second place behind O'Sullivan. But that's not worked out as hoped. That's under break by the look of it.
Yeah, definitely.
37.
Completely embedded in the couple of reds above the black, so that's that. Yeah, I mean, he's not taking any
John Higgins,
risk. He could have
37.
tried to send the cue ball to the other end of the table, but I don't think he wants to give anything away at all now. The threat of Zhao Xintong at long range is something that the top players are fully aware of. Although I don't think he knocked in as many in last night's win as I expected. A couple of very important ones near the end of the match he did. John will do everything he can to make things very difficult for Zhao Xintong early.
One.
Another great red from distance from Higgins. It's such a bonus if you're knocking those in. Apart from anything else, it really boosts the confidence. The long ones are dropping with regularity. Everything else then tends to flow.
It's not the worst little kiss on the brown, because now he's got the shot to pot the brown and run down towards the reds, but I don't know from that left side of the table what reds are available. Maybe that top one, but that is not with an awful lot of room. If he went a fraction too far, he wouldn't be on that one either. He just made it off the first knuckle of the middle pocket there. I think he was worried that would not go in at first.
5.
It's an outrageous fluke. He hit the wrong red there. That was the problem.
6.
Maybe not quite as spectacular as the one that really turned Zhao Xintong's tournament around against Elliot Slesser, attempting a long-range blue to the green pocket. He fluked it into the right corner and has never looked back since.
It's given him a bit of a predicament, though, hasn't it, in a way? Does he roll the yellow to middle? And that might, in turn, bring Zhao Xintong into the match. But he really made a mess of the shot. He hit the wrong red by a lot of it. So, break's probably coming to an end.
The green ball. John Higgins. 6.
It's an area of Zhao's game which is somewhat obscured by the quality of his potting and break building, but his safety has been more than good this week, and there's confirmation of it into the 80s. So there's no question he has the all-round game. You don't become world champion without being able to play the safety in this modern era of the sport. Just the containing shot from Higgins. And that's something that's very difficult to do with this guy. Keep him cold.
It's very difficult, you're right. I think what will really hurt Zhao Xintong, though, is if John Higgins starts to score heavily from the chances he gets. a good pot for possibly just one, depending on whether he gets on his colour.
1.
He may think that the yellow is able to take him down towards the reds, but I'm not absolutely sure that's the case. So he's not quite turned up yet in this final, but it's a long match.
Three. 4.
There's a few more to bounce here. And that's fine. Well, the table is awkward. It's some sort of a chance. How big an opportunity is hard to say at this early stage. But
8.
certainly the chance to get back into the frame, at least.
Nine.
Another one of the world champion's attributes is his fearlessness. He's not afraid to go for shots that carry risk because he backs himself to get them. We saw that last night again against Mark Allen.
13.
It was a somewhat modest start to the season as world champion, and that was no great surprise because the enormity of the achievement carries a whole new layer of pressure.
20.
The fact that there's now a target on your back, the fact that he was the first from China to do it. But he's certainly recapturing the form that swept him to the Crucible title. We saw that at the World Grand Prix, 5 centuries in the final against Zhang Anda.
21.
Of course, the other thing to say is that should he win today, and there's a strong chance that he will, he'd be the only player to have picked up 2 ranking events this season. That run of a different winner would come to an end, but it would be him that ends it. Plus he won that big
28.
event in Saudi, the big prize for the event with the golden ball. So yeah, things are starting to look up, aren't they, in regard to his season as champion.
Yeah, 250,000 he won in Riyadh for 2 days' work. Not
20.
shabby.
Big shot here. If he plays to knock the top red of the 2 out and be on the other one at worst. I mean, it's not an easy shot to play, but he might attempt it. Yeah, the red that's out of view at the moment. What a beautiful shot. What a delightful shot that was. Now he's either
36.
going to play the red over the pocket, or the big shot, the brave shot, is the red he's looking at now. If this goes in, he wins the frame. It's missable. That is a very significant shot that he's missed.
36.
Because the frame was at his mercy, but I think he's lost it now.
And having promoted that other red so beautifully, Higgins now the beneficiary. Higgins, who played the containing shot, which actually didn't contain, it was looking very likely that Zhao would level the match there.
You know, that's the most disappointed I think I've ever seen Zhao Xintong look when he missed a ball. He knew that he'd done a lot of good work, but he kind of undone it all with that one shot. He looked very disappointed to have missed that red. Usually, you don't get a lot out of him. Pretty undemonstrative character, isn't he?
Higgins was very disappointed with the level he produced, having got to the Masters final against Kyron Wilson last month, but he's looking a good deal sharper today.
14.
Only needs the green.
$17. $21. $26.
Zhao Xintong did the spade work in terms of promoting the key
32.
balls, but then missed the cutback red to the left corner, and John Higgins has gratefully accepted
39.
the invitation to clear up. And so it's Higgins who's made the better start to this Players' Championship final here in Telford. He looks confident, fresh from his victory over Trump yesterday, and he leads the world champion on 2-0. Zhao had the chance to level just now and played a series of excellent shots to set up the opportunity, only to then miss the cutback red into that left corner, and it was relatively straightforward for Higgins to mop up to double his lead. Of course, one of the two ranking titles that Higgins won last season was the Tour Championship, and he's got himself inside the top 12 with that tournament in mind by reaching this final. Close. And he has been knocking in the long ones, but here's a chance for Zhao to get himself involved in this final.
One.
So,
8.
2-0 down, but he could easily have made that 1-all, but for that missed red he took on, which felt a big shot, really, because he'd done some good work. But he's early in the match, and I know one thing, it won't stop him playing his natural way of playing. We know he can come from behind. He's done it against leading players recently, the likes of Selby and Allen yesterday. But he'll have to start
14.
somewhere, and he could do with making something of this chance. Don't want to go any further behind against this man. He won't be relinquishing a lead very easily.
$15.
I think with John Higgins, when Xintong missed that second last red, you know, he saw that as a moment. He's got all the experience. He knows he's got to make sure he wins that frame there and then. Make it into something. Because there's always going to be spells where Zhao Xintong pots tremendously well and scores.
22.
That's going to happen in this match. Higgins knows that.
23.
I think sometimes when you're playing someone that's such a good player, you know that you've got to pick up the pieces sometimes in the frames that aren't spectacular.
$30. 31. $38.
The sign of a class player is that they play at quite a pace
39.
without appearing in any way to rush. And Zhao certainly does that. Just seems to glide around the table.
A little surprised he played it in that way. I thought he could have stunned it and finished on the black in the other pocket. But this will be the shot that tells us if it was right or wrong. Yeah, I don't know. It's an odd way of playing it, I felt, to run through that red. He was a bit
46.
thin on the black. He's got a difficult shot to keep the break going now. And this really is difficult over the top of ball.
47.
Oh, that's fantastic. I mean, that is an absolutely brilliant shot. They are so difficult. The cueing is the reason it's so difficult over the top of some reds.
$50. $51. $58.
He's close to this red. It's not easy, this. And referee Marcel Eckhart was having a long look to see if he were to play it, whether he would end up playing a push shot. So the red to middle, I don't know what else he can play to pot. But here's Marcel, he's hovering, looking for an infringement.
59.
No infringement, no foul, but end of break all the same. It's a good contribution, but he needs to ensure that it goes on to good things, because the balls are not, they're not badly placed at all if Higgins got the chance.
Just pushing that black into
Zhao
a more
Xintong,
awkward spot,
59.
which is clearly to Higgins' detriment in the way of a possible winning counter in this frame.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be sort of picky, or you're going to be sort of strict with it all, he probably should have made sure it's buried on the cushion, the black. For the reasons you explained, you know, he's trying to make it difficult for Higgins, but where the black is, he could easily get behind that. Higgins has knocked it even safer.
Whatever happens today, there won't be much time to rest on laurels or absorb the disappointment. Whoever wins or loses. Welsh Open starting tomorrow. Final home nations event as Zhao Xintong gets back in. Zhao will be playing Fan Zhengyi in his first match. Higgins, Liu Wenwei, both are playing on Tuesday.
The green ball.
Resounding. Terrific pot.
It's red to right middle. It's a slightly acute angle. He should get it, but it is frame ball.
5.
Yeah, he's done well here, this frame. No huge fireworks, but it's still a frame he needed to get on the board. So he seemed unflustered by the fact that he should have won the second frame. He's not let it bother him. But of course, now we've got a frame before the mid-session interval, which if Xintong won it, he'd come out of it feeling quite good about things. So it'll be a big frame, the next one. It's a long match, we know that, and target's not to get to 2 or 3, it's to get to 10, but Higgins cannot take any kind of advantage because he's had quite a lot of the session. But it's been a good frame, however, by Zhao Xintong.
16. $22. 23.
Higgins took on a long red, got pretty close actually, right at the start of this frame.
29.
Zhao made 59, lost position, but got back in.
30. $35. 37.
Pretty brisk stuff this. Under 45 minutes of play. Already 3 frames have come and gone. Sometimes it gets very edgy at the start of a big final like this, but both players are queuing well, as they've done, of course, throughout this tournament. That's why they're here in the title match.
44.
Very casual double, wasn't it, on the green?
49.
Yeah, he simply oozes talent. The world champion makes this very difficult game at times look like
55.
shelling peas. And a couple of half centuries has accounted for frame 3, so Zhao Xintong well and truly off and running in Telford as he halves John Higgins' deficit in the Players' Championship final. Higgins leading Zhao Xintong by 2 frames to 1. Both players queuing well. Higgins moved himself up to 11th place on the one-year ranking list in getting to this final, so at the moment he's inside the cut-off for the Tour Championship, which of course he won last season. Winning it doesn't mean that you get to defend it, as Karen Wilson found out for this event. Wilson won it last season, beating Trump in a decider, but didn't have the points at the cut-off to get into the 16. But of course the primary focus, and there's still a couple of events including next week's Welsh Open before the cut-off for that Tour Championship in Manchester, is winning this trophy.
it's not an easy one. Swinging the cue ball around the back of the reds and the black. Glided it round the table, but not in a position to keep the break going, but of course he can tickle in behind a colour. Playing the brownie behind the green here.
Zhao Xintong. 1.
He's played it well because it looks like the cue ball is very close to touching the green. Of course, it may be touching. Marcel Eckhart came and looked, but he wouldn't declare touching ball anyway on a colour when you're on a red. But for his records, he would like to know.
Shows the value of a good long pot. Yes, it didn't lead to a break for Zhao Xintong, but it's got Higgins, one of the greatest tacticians the game has ever seen, with his thinking cap on here. Lots of open red, so it's not a formality just to land up to one and leave things safe.
Yeah, it's definitely not a formality. And the only thing Higgins got in his favour is a bit congested around the black, so he may not necessarily, should he make a mistake, lose the frame. He's coming around multiple cushions here. I think 4 or at least 4. Maybe the 5th cushion. Oh my word, he's got this horribly wrong. That shows you what a snooker he was in, because he's got that absolutely wrong, and he's
Zhao Xintong 4.
Someone that you would say one of the best players out of snookers you'll see. I don't know what he meant, but it certainly wasn't that. So Xintong has knuckled down since losing the first 2 frames. I think the other thing to say is, someone's long game being as good as Zhao Xintong, it doesn't always mean you'll win the frame off the ball you
6.
pot, but in a roundabout way you can, because, he played the snooker, which was fiendishly difficult for Higgins to hit. He got nowhere near the escape. So in, summary, the long pot that he knocked in has one in the frame, or given him the chance to. Giving him the advantage, albeit a couple of shots later. We've got a glimpse of a couple of reds at the
12.
just below the pink, which may be some sort of a plant to right corner. It's not entirely certain as to whether they would be in line.
Thirteen.
those two reds again. They're not quite in line as we've seen. I don't even think that Xintong's paid much attention to them as of yet. That's not gone to plan. He's got the red to middle to keep the break going, but he didn't play on
18.
that red. He wanted to be on the red to the right and above the black.
$19.
Yeah,
24.
Just about gone far enough. I think he was a little concerned there that he hadn't.
$25.
So the break will become more complicated from this point on. He's not really looked at those two reds yet, so I don't think he believes they do form a plant. But that same red just up from the black is the one that he's
30.
on now, I think. Finally, he's had a little look at it. I mean, that's just beautiful, isn't
31.
it? It's just the way he gets that cue and zipping around.
It's been a tough break because obviously the black has been out of commission, so he's had to ensure good position on that blue. Getting top side of it time and time again is an art in itself.
36.
Yeah, I mean, it makes the game so much easier when you can do that. Sending the cue ball in and out of the bulk all the time.
37.
In the end, it gets a little bit tiring. You lose position. That was not one of his better ones. He's underhit it, and as a left-hander, that means he's stretching on this red now.
42.
Higgins made a great start by winning the first two frames. Wondering if he's going to get the opportunity to make it 3-1.
Thanks. 43.46. 47.
Well, bad news, of course, that he's not on the pink, but putting the pink and brown like that, it has to be in his favour. It's a real insurance because John Higgins could not really clear up if the chance ever came. Anyway, this is a big one. Oh, he hit that well, oh my goodness me. He needs another red. And it's been a very awkward break, as Philip pointed
52.
out. You know, the black's never been in play. Red colour anyway.
Thanks.
This has been some break, actually.
53.
You see breaks where players are in around the black spot and they're playing beautiful, controlled position, but this has not been that kind of a visit. And I don't think you should worry. You should make sure this goes in. Terrific.
Brilliantly conceived, this break.
58.
Far from straightforward. But barring a snooker to tie, it's going to be two each. And given the position of the balls as that cross double goes in. Apparently it was a fluke, but in truth the frame was won already thanks to the brilliant break that Zhao's been able to put together.
I think I'd have been claiming that one for Xintong. I don't think I'd have been put my hand up. I'd have been happy for anyone to believe I played to double it. In fact, I'm surprised
61.
he didn't mean to do that. Very interesting final, isn't it? This is going to be.
It's been a very
61
entertaining
frame.
quartet of frames. John Higgins starting the sharper, taking a 2-0 lead, but Zhao, once he settled into his work, looking ominously good. And that break in particular was brilliantly constructed. And at the frame 5, 2 apiece. Higgins took the first 2. Zhao responding with frames 3 and 4. Just the 1 half century so far. That was 62 from Zhao in the third, but the break he put together, even though it wasn't numerically special in the fourth, was outstanding because the balls were not straightforward. The black was out of play, but he got the job done. So another 4 to come in this session. The target this evening is 10, possible 19 to play. It's been a strength of Higgins for most of this tournament, his long potting. He's been getting about 2 out of 3.
Yes, and like you say, no breaks, but very entertaining frames, I thought. A real contrast in how it all unfolded. I suppose that the second frame, Zhao Xintong could have won. The others were pretty one-sided frames. So that would be the one that perhaps got away for the world champion. Higgins, though, 25 minutes without a pot, but the mid-session interval might have just changed his perspective on that time away from the table. And he knocked in a nice long red, and his long game has been good. I know he just missed one a moment ago.
1.
It's important 4 frames for him. If he fell behind here, I said it earlier on really, but he won the first 2. But if he ended up coming out of this session behind, I think it would be hard to see a way back for him. Although I'll say what I already mentioned at the beginning, he wouldn't put anything beyond this man. He's got a severe will to win. He always has had. No, he's on the red to the left of the black, which is
6.
opening things up around the black spot.
Seven. Twelve. Thirteen. All right, please.
Yes, I mean, John was very keen to take a look at where the pink went, but I don't think it's necessarily in his way where it will eventually go.
19.
Especially now that it doesn't go a little bit further up, because it means that red he was just pointing his cue at is potable to the right corner.
20.
Well, it must be touch and go, but I think he believes he's okay.
27.
Yeah, that was a good shot, because I think he can pop this and not disturb many reds, because he wants to run through on the black here, so he wants to make sure he gets a clean run through for the black.
28.
I don't know if he meant it quite like that, actually, but he's on it. That'll be a big disappointment, though. That really will. He screwed it with a...
35.
He put a bit of right-hand side on the cue ball, and he's kind of checked off the cush. It's the reverse side taking it down, and he might pop this red, but he'd be furious if he doesn't, because it was pretty straightforward positional shot. Knocked down very well. What a shot that was.
36.
I think there was a bit of anger in it from the shot before.
$38.
Brilliant recovery from Higgins, and the Reds now beautifully spread to retake the lead.
Yeah, I mean, he spread the Reds open in a way that came about by accident, really. I mean, he would love to think that Reds were going to be opened
39.
up like this, but not because of the shot he played to end up on the red to screw out of the bunch. It's all worked out nicely. The pink's on, the red next to it. Wonderful chance.
$46. $47.
He's made a couple of centuries this week, Higgins, including a total clearance in that
53.
resounding 6-1 win over Neil Robertson in his first match.
$54.
The highest break of the tournament, by the way, remains the 1-4-2 that Zhao Xintong made against Sean Murphy. We've had 20 centuries this week. I don't think the table has been playing particularly generously, though. The breaks have been hard-earned.
I think that's right. I think conditions are good. I don't think the pockets are anything but as they should be.
61. $62.
I mean, there's been 3 breaks over 140, of which, well, 140 or above. Xintong has made 2, including the highest, 1-4-2. The other one was a 1-4-1 from Mark Williams. Beautiful break, by the way. Anyway, this has been a pretty good one also, and it's one in the frame.
69.
It's a good long red he started with.
$70.
And just the tonic, I think, after a spell before the mid-session where he hadn't potted the ball for about 25 minutes of playing time.
Yes, the mid-session interval
76.
probably came at a good moment for Higgins because Zhao was building up ahead of steam. He put together 2 very good frames.
77.
But Higgins has been cueing very well all week. He's made a few tactical tweaks. He's said he's, as we know, never been afraid of changing his equipment. All sorts of different cues over the last 2 or 3 seasons in a bid to give him that extra edge and stay at the top of the game into his 6th decade, and it's working for him clearly. Well, he's missed the
John
red,
Higgins,
but
83, and
it's academic in terms of the frame. No 3rd century for John Higgins, but 83 will do to retake the lead at 3-2. More to come in this first session. 10 required to be crowned Players' Champion. Higgins has won this before, of course. 5 years ago, he trounced Ronnie O'Sullivan in the title match. 10-3, made 3 centuries in that final, including a 1-4-2. For Zhao, just his 2nd appearance in this event. Made his debut back in 2022, lost in the first round. But since returning from his ban, what a player he's become. Of course, he was already a proven winner, UK champion, German Masters champion, but the way in which he played, all the way from the first round of qualifying to a calendar month later, the Crucible title was extraordinary.
4.
And demolished the other 2 class of 92 greats in the semis and final to do it.
Yes, against O'Sullivan in that semi-final, it didn't fall into the trap of being beaten before he started because O'Sullivan wasn't really playing all that well, was he? Let's be honest, last year at the championship he met with some Chinese opposition, and I think a lot of the players seemed beaten before they started. Ali Carter initially, O'Sullivan beat, but he felt that someone was going to get the better of him, and Xintong did it with a session to spare. He absolutely demolished the Rocket. So his reputation did not get him through.
$19. 20. $27. 28.
Chance to get the reds open here. Well, I don't know what happened there. Did he even play to move the reds? I mean, it was a huge target.
35.
Very interesting shot. I'm sure he played to brush into the bunch. It's a bad shot, though, not to hit the target because he was always going to be on the right-hand red. That's a disappointing end, has to be said.
Zhao Xintong, 35.
Certainly a bit of a surprise the way the Zhao Xintong break ended there before it ever really got too damaging for John Higgins. I think the red up the table down the centre, he might be able to pot it past the pink into the right corner, but sending the cue ball back at the same time would be part of the plan. Zhao Xintong, he might be forced into playing this long red. It's a horrible and difficult shot. Is he playing it? No, he's playing the some sort of containing shot, I think.
Maybe he hasn't pushed that red as far up the table as he would have liked. It is potable for Higgins, not easy. This is their 12th meeting overall. Higgins has won 7 of the 11. This is their 3rd meeting this year. Higgins won in a decider to get to the semi-finals of the Masters. Zhao winning in round 1 of the World Grand Prix on his way to the title. 5-3. Yeah. Just called it too thick, and the in-off to go with it.
From there, please.
Higgins full-blooded for the red. Again, caught it just a little too thick. Doesn't look at first sight as though he's done any great damage.
No, I mean, you miss the red and you lose control of where the red goes, and he's not gone anywhere too dangerous for him. Xintong knows you have to make every shot count against John Higgins. Not such a good shot, though, to hit the green like that. Now, John has been knocking these in. I think John will take this red on down the table to the right corner. And no one's saying it's easy because it's a bit of an examination of his cue action. But it's one that he has been getting very close to or potting all the whole week. He actually slightly hit the wrong side of that one. The red that Xintong is going to have to play here is a slightly risky one when you're a few in front. Could bring John back into the frame. Oh, brilliant. He's ever so good at them. I didn't want to say anything, but he's ever so good at those shots. He's quite unlucky, though, to finish where he has, of all places. I think he'll be playing safe here. I don't know if he'll be risking this blue. You already saw him shake his head as if he didn't particularly fancy it. He just landed in the one spot where he can't do anything with any note, really. He might be able to
The blue ball.
play him behind the green, perhaps. Don't think he's going for the pot here.
Thanks.
Can be a frustrating game, snooker. You've got to show patience, but has he left a path through to that bottom left-hand red? Well, that's a mistake. That is a mistake. I don't see why he couldn't have left the cue ball on the left side of the table up to the left of the pink there. I think he could have done it from the blue. Didn't want to be leaving this.
If Higgins could pinch this frame, then that would put a bit of pressure on Zhao's shoulders for the remainder of this first session. Higgins couldn't be worse than level.
One.
So that's another good one to get back in.
Yeah, I think you're probably getting a bit frustrated, though, because it was a terrific shot, and if the cue ball just bounces away from the baulk cushion at all, he's got a very, very easy shot on the pink, on the green. He's too straight on the pink to get down for a red. So, I mean, I'm sure he's feeling a little frustrated the way this frame is going. He's putting in all the hard work, but he's still only 41 in front.
Zhao Xintong, 1.
If he is frustrated, though, he doesn't show us a lot, which is a sign of a very strong temperament.
One of the things in Zhao's favour is that the table's getting a bit messy now. The green is safe, the pink currently glued to the baulk rail. Makes Higgins' life that bit harder in the way of making a telling counter attack in this frame. Interesting, at the start of the match we saw the stats for the safety for the tournament, and Zhao was actually in front of the great Higgins, 81% to 79, which shows that there's a lot more to his game than just the potting and the break building.
Foul. Zhao Xintong, 4.
I mean, you'd be proud of that shot if you'd played the enough, but yeah, I mean, the frame is going further away from Higgins, but again, he's going to take on this long pot. If this goes in, he wins the frame, I think, but if it doesn't go in, Higgins has got a chance still. cue ball a bit too much there. So now he's, again, potting the black and moving away from the reds a little bit as he plays all around the angles. I don't think he can hold very comfortably. He's done well there to hold. Goodness, that was difficult. That was difficult. There was enough angle on the black to make that an awkward shot. And now surely he's going to level the match up because his lead is 53 points and counting.
Nine.
Just too high with the black.
Zhao Xintong,
So,
9.
an opportunity for Higgins to try and get back into this frame, although the high value colours aren't great at the moment.
Well, I think you saw the shot he was playing, and he's one of those where he was worried about the cue ball. He was trying to get in between the two reds, and that took up a lot of his attention. Running alongside the pot, which was not simple. But having potted that great long red, I did think he would end up winning the frame from it, which he hasn't.
He's had some trouble into that right corner pocket, right centre pocket, I should say, in the last couple of matches, Higgins.
I know, didn't you just sense that he might miss that? I did, and as you point out, you know, he said yesterday after the match that he's not been comfortable on those shots. Don't know what the difference is really between, you know, the middle pocket and any other really if you're right behind it. But look, it's an easy game up here. John doesn't miss many, but for him, of all great players, to say he wasn't comfortable on a fairly regulation shot to middle is a strange one. And that's what he said, and there was more evidence of it.
So just this red required then. It's been bits and pieces in this frame from Zhao.
7.
But the miss black has proved, it would seem, not significant. And he's going to be level once again. It was always going to be tough for Higgins to craft anything approaching a frame-winning break there, given the state of the balls, but break ended immediately.
Thanks.
And there's just nothing to choose at the moment.
13.
They're both playing well. The odd error, of course, part of the sport. It might well be like this all the way to the winning line of 10 frames. We shall see. 2 more to come in this session.
21. $28. $28 any frame.
Zhao Xintong back on terms with John Higgins here in Telford. 6 frames gone. 2 more frames to come then in this first session. 3 each. Zhao Xintong once again levelling up, looking to take the lead for the first time today. There's still that option for one of these players at the end of this session. And as you can see, it's been quick fire stuff. 14 minutes a frame is brisk, particularly for a final. John Higgins looking to move to 34 ranking titles. That would put him just 2 behind the great Stephen Hendry. And Zhao is looking to maintain his perfect record in ranking finals. He's won 4 out of 4 coming into this one.
Thanks.
the paint, as Joe Johnson would say, and no more. That's why the cue balls come in and out of balk. And that red is potable. It's not very appetising, is it? Dead straight from close to the side cushion.
Well, that's an attacking safety shot from Higgins. And you do that with a little bit of trepidation against this world champion because he pots so well, but I don't think he's going to be potting one from there because Higgins played the shot really nicely.
Thanks.
Oh, well, that's a sensational safety shot. I mean, what a shot that is. You could have all the great pots in the world, but that is a magnificent safety shot from Zhao Xintong. And John Higgins will tap the table, knows that, I don't want to say he's made his match, but he's had one played against him there that was top-notch. Well, the pressure was put on Higgins there because it was an exceptional safety shot. But it'll only mean something if he can pot one here. Now, the red along the cushion looks difficult. Does he want to roll this in? I think he does, but he doesn't want to present a great chance straight back to John. Although John Higgins did not really get very close to that red. Big shot this just to drop it in. Yeah, no problem. Beautifully played. So is this the moment where he gets in and finds himself in front? It's worth remembering that he never led in the match with Mark Allen. He was 3-1, 4-2, 5-4 down. And he only led really at the end in the decider.
How good was that initial red? Absolutely perfectly struck. It was necessary for it to drop. What a chance he's got.
9. $16. 17.
He's got the slightly high angle on this black, which he wouldn't have wanted to get round for the next red. It's not so easy. It's on the red.
24.
Is he able to get out for the black. In fact, he's on the red 2 up. Well, that makes things different.
25.
It's a great chance.
$32. 33.
Well, this could be big. He already owns the top break, as we've discussed. A 1-4-2 against Murphy, which puts him in line for that £10,000 bonus. But all black so far.
41.
And look at the reds.
$48. 49.
It's been one of the themes of this season, the proliferation of maximum breaks. We've had 22, which is already 7 more than the record set last season, with a lot of snooker still to be played.
Yes, and I think when you're playing on reds to middle, you've always got a better chance of being
56.
able to play from red to black. I think you'll screw back and stay on the black here, but as I say, reds to middle are always a direct route back to the black ball. No reason why you've got to get high on the red to get the angle to play down for the highest value colour. That's a good shot. That's perfect. He's on that red sticking out
64.
on the right of the 4 in the bunch. The perfect angle to stay on the black again. And as we always point out, when you get the frame one, which is 2 shots away, see where it takes you. That's the red to middle pot. Don't know if it's the simplest
72.
shot to ensure playing on the black, but you have to make sure you win the frame. It's really important in the big final at 3-all. He's already got the high break of the tournament, 1-4-2.
$73.
So now that barring snookers, has won the frame, he can afford to take this black on. It's not dissimilar to the one he knocked in at the end against Mark Allen last night. A big pressure shot that it was. And then that one goes as well. Brilliant. Now we have a real chance to stay on reds and blacks all the way.
This tournament
80.
used to be known as the Players' Tour Championship Finals. But since it became the Players'
81.
Championship and part of the Players' series of 3 events, there hasn't been a 1-4-7 in this tournament. Recovery shot required here. Oh, it's Jorish. Oh, what a shame. Yeah, it was quite thin. So no maximum break for Zhao Xintong, who made his first this season in professional competition at the Championship League. But he's now in front for the first time at 4-3. Final. Former champion here, John Higgins, breaking off in the final frame of the session. 4-3 down now. Trailing for the first time. Zhao Xintong was just eyeing a possible maximum break in the previous frame. Left himself a tricky cutback black, which he overcut. But the most important thing from his point of view is he's now in front, having been 2-0 and 3-2 behind, with the chance to take a 2-frame advantage into this evening's finale from 8 o'clock CET.
Yes, and I think you feel that maybe roles have reversed a little bit. At 2-0 down, Zhao Xintong wasn't really in the match. And you'd have thought, well, he probably would be pleased to get out at 4 each. That would be a result. But now John Higgins is the one that would be very pleased to be 4 each, because he's started to become outpointed, outscored, outmaneuvered. I mean, John will always be the consummate match player, but sometimes just the irresistible scoring power of Xintong is too much for anybody.
Yeah, no pots for Higgins since he led 3-2. Made an 83 in the fifth frame. Zhao's made 62, 61 and that 81 just now.
He took that wide angle. This could be trickling in behind the brown here. I know it's just gone beyond that, so he'll be relieved, Higgins, because behind the brown is a world of trouble.
One.
John was willing that cue ball to stop there. He's so annoyed. It was a terrific pot, but it just
This touching ball, please declare.
went on and on. You know, he wanted to be on the brown. He's got a touching ball on the yellow, so the break is not going nowhere. The shot that he knocked in deserved more, but it won't get more. He'll nominate yellow and just play away from it and leave the cue ball where he's pointing his cue now. And he'll have to show some patience.
The yellow ball.
But he hadn't potted a ball, as Philip said, and it was a possible way in.
John Higgins, one.
He's got to be careful here that the pink is not in play on the way back up the table. He's managed to sidestep it. And this time, he is in behind the brown. And not of play, but it's massive trouble for John if he's not able to hit any red. I don't think he is. This is a world of problems for Higgins. I mean, John is looking slightly bemused here. This could be one of his old pals, Steve Maguire shot, where you decide to just launch and try and fluke one, because I don't know what else he can do. He looks like he's leaving a red whichever way he plays it. So is he just going to play to disturb a few balls, or is he playing with a plan? The plan would have to be a good one. He'll get a chance to do it again.
Zhao Xintong, 4. Yep.
Yeah, just hoping to just sneak off one there. It's a good effort, actually. You know, he was in a world of trouble. And, of course, before the miss rule existed, I can think of some senior players who would have just basically played out of the snooker and allowed the cue ball to go straight into the pocket.
Yeah.
So he may try it again, trying to sneak an edge of a red here. It was a good try first time. That's absolutely tremendous shot. It really is. He didn't decide to do a sort of a launch just into any red. He had a plan. It was a good plan.
One.
But not good enough. As good as the shot was that he played, it has not stopped Zhao Xintong from putting a red, and now he's got quite a difficult shot on the blue as well, because the cue was heading sort of down somewhere towards the right corner here. I don't know if he's on one.
6.
It just feels a massive frame, doesn't it? Let's be honest, in the context of this match and this session of snooker. And John Higgins is fully aware of that. This is when he really needs to win. Yes, he played it with a view to keeping it fairly safe, and obviously Higgins could play that red down into the left corner, but it's not much fun. So there's worse shots that he could have played than the one he did. Well, for once he hits the ball a little bit harder than he would very often do. Where have they all finished? He got a bit of good luck yesterday in that decider, you know, against Mark Allen, although Mark Allen did refuse a red to right middle, which could have seen him playing in the finals on what is his 40th birthday. John is thinking, I could pop this directly off the other red. John is all out in this frame. You can sense it to get to the interval. 4 each. I think he knows it's an absolute must-win. I think he took the view not to actually try and put it directly, because sometimes that's the one way you can miss. He played it completely. Cushion first off the other red. I don't think he could have done a bit more with the cue ball, though. It's not great on the blue.
Blue ball.
Again, the cue ball is kind of heading towards the top left pocket a bit here. Don't think it's going in, but it's not a million miles away. Played it well. Now,
6.
the man with all the experience and all the understanding of frames, someone that's good at reading signs, knows that this is quite a big visit to the table.
He looked in a world of trouble, didn't he, when he was snookered with the reds spread far and wide, and might have been tempted to have a wahoo at it, but played a controlled shot at the second time of asking, got out of the snooker, and although Zhao did not one in, he was left with an awkward colour. That's where the break ended. And now Higgins with a reasonable chance. Black and pink are not great at the moment, but the blue at least is available. Well, that's a surprise.
John Higgins, 12.
Having to play with a bit of pace to get position, but Higgins will be very disappointed with that.
Yes, I think you summed it up really. That with the pace, he had to hit it. That was the point. And John, I think, at this part of his career, you know, to hit the balls hard, he loses his accuracy. Wow.
Zhao Xintong, 1.
Well, there was, you know, something of a bullet point, if you like, in the match. Didn't play it very well, did he? Because he didn't get on the red particularly nicely either. So all of a sudden, both players are looking a little bit under pressure to take what they can out of this session.
Yes, both acutely aware of the significance of this frame. Zhao looking for that two-frame cushion. And Higgins desperate for parity. He would have feared the worst when he missed the red just now. Straight back at the table.
Oh, that's a really bad shot from Higgins. I don't know, we've put a bit of topspin in it. Sort of arced the cue ball back down.
8.
Wow. He has not played much of a better shot there than Xintong's miss on the black, but the only difference is John, with his temperament and his determination, can recover the situation, but it's going to take a good pot to middle.
Yeah, it's getting
John
edgy
Higgins.
now.
8.
Most of this session has been free-flowing, quick-fire stuff, but the significance of this frame not lost on either player. A series of errors. Higgins left himself with a much tougher red than he anticipated. So Zhao gets a further opportunity to try and forge this two-frame advantage at the end of the session. No, that's too high.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. I think the way he's playing it, it's hard to see the potting angle there because it only just passed the black. If you're right behind it, it's easier, but there's something about that shot. You can't line it up well because you think the black's in the way from where you're standing when it's not. But that's not to say I expected him to miss it. So John with another chance. And I think he has to make this one really count.
1. Free. Yeah. Got it. Thanks. 4. $11.
We got a bit fortunate there. A little nudge on the red. Had he hit more of the red, he wouldn't have been on the black, but he is, so that doesn't matter now.
Certainly been the most dramatic of the 8 frames in this final so far.
19.
Both players have had opportunities, a few nerves creeping in. But a very big frame for Higgins
20.
to ensure that he gets out of this session unscathed. He doesn't look thrilled with that one. He's very straight on the black.
Yeah, at worst, he's got that red at the bottom of the bunch in the foreground there, into the left middle. but he might be looking for something better than that. But it's there if he wants it. Screwing back and across. That's a better shot.
$27.
So 37 points the lead. He needs to do a bit more. The two reds that are not involved in that little three that are close together, if he could pop those with high value colours, he would be too many in front barring Snookers.
$28.
I think he'll try and play on the red by the pink here. And he's got to be pleased with that, because not only is he on the red, but he's on it with
35.
an angle to get down for the black, which would be enough, barring a snooker.
$36.
John Higgins missed a red to this left corner, which looked like it could be very costly, but Zhao then missed the black to the opposite corner. And then a cut-back red when he got a further chance, which was not easy. And now Higgins on the cusp of getting out of this session level pegging.
Yes, I mean, he's got to go into the three reds here, hasn't he? I don't think he really wants to play that. But he has played it, and all credit, because he could have easily bailed out and rolled it in. He knew it, so he couldn't bear the thought of missing
43.
that black. And if this red goes in, we've levelled up the session, and this really was a frame where Higgins was all out. And as Philip explained, the chances came and went for the world champion.
Higgins led 2-0, was pegged back at 2 each at the interval, 3-2. And then Zhao taking the lead with an 81 break,
51.
which might have been a maximum. And he was eyeing a 5-3 advantage, which would have been
52.
very useful and would have put a lot of pressure on Higgins coming into this evening's resumption. But Higgins has shown his mettle again, as he did last night, or yesterday afternoon against Trump. And is still very much in the picture in his bid for
57.
ranking title number 34. Looking to become the oldest ever ranking event winner, of course, to eclipse Mark Williams, who
58.
set that record this season in Xi'an. He's got to get the better of the world champion to do it, but he'll be pretty happy with his first session's work.
$63. $65. $68. $72. $77. $83.
The old faithful, the double, no one's better at that than John Higgins. And closing in on his 51st birthday, still proving he can mix it with the very best in the modern game. Higgins taking the last of the session. He looks pretty happy, doesn't he, to have got out of that unscathed at 4 frames all It's been engrossing stuff here in Telford, and the best may be yet to come. The final session from 8 o'clock CET, and they're level at 4 frames all. The final session of the Players' Championship, live from Telford. 4 each, both need 6 to be crowned champion. Neil Foulds alongside me for the finale. It was a very entertaining opening session, Neil, and nothing to choose at the end of it.
No, exactly. And, you know, you could argue that Zhao Xintong could have been in front. I don't think John, even though he was 2-0 up, looked like he was going to be in anything but a sort of deadlock position at 4-all as the session went on, because Xintong started to play a lot better, but everything to play for definite.
Yes, Higgins led 2-0. Zhao levelled at the interval, and then Higgins was 3-2 up before Zhao made another move and was threatening a 5-3 advantage. Zhao appearing in his 5th ranking final. He's won the previous 4.
Pretty amazing stat when you think about it, because clearly the first few ranking events you play in are going to be the hardest, I suppose, to get over the line. But he, like you say, has never failed to do that yet.
For John Higgins, it's a 60th ranking final and looking for a 34th title. That would put him just 2 behind his great rival from the 90s and beyond, Stephen Hendry. Ronnie O'Sullivan out in front, of course, on 41. Higgins now, of course, into his 6th decade. He's been winning these big titles ever since he was a teenager. In fact, he was the first teenager to win 3 ranking titles in a single season when he was 19. 4 World Championships, of course, 9 Triple Crowns. But the fact that he's still performing at this level, at this stage of his career, I think gives him more satisfaction than anything. 2 titles last season to end that 4-year drought without a title, having come so close so often. And of course, Masters finalist this season. Can he go one step further tonight? If he does, he'll become the 14th different winner of a ranking event in 14 tournaments this season. Extraordinary, really, if it happens.
Which is one of the reasons you kind of think it just could, I suppose, to keep that run going. Although, you know, for it to happen in this event is extraordinary when you think that it's on the 1-year list where everyone's won something that's in the event, it seems, by just a handful of players, and Johnny's somehow one of those. But the fact that he was 17 on the list might explain that. And when Ronnie O'Sullivan pulled out, he was the next in line. So he wasn't right up the top of that list. And there were the likes of Elliot Slessor, 1 or 2 others playing in this week's event who hadn't won before. And Barry Hawkins had not won this season. Generally, players who are in this event have done nothing but play well and win, lift trophies.
Foul and a miss.
You just felt that at times
John
in the
Higgins,
afternoon
4.
session, despite 2-0 leading John Higgins, that he was kind of hanging on a bit, just hanging on to Xintong the best he could, and he did that. And whether that will be enough tonight, or he'll have to maybe score more heavily. There's not been a century yet, which is, I guess, a bit of a surprise.
Higgins with just 1 break of any size, that was 83. And Zhao with a pair of 60-plus breaks and an 81, which at one stage looked like it might become a genuine maximum attempt. It wasn't to be. We've not actually had one in this tournament since it was rebranded the Players' Championship back in 2017 and became part of this 3-tournament Players Series. Of course, Zhao has already won the first, the World Grand Prix. Tour Championship to come in Manchester back end of March into April. Higgins is hoping to defend that title, but of course you've got to get in via the one-year list. If he wins tonight, he surely will be in. At the moment, he's in 11th place from that initial 17th, with a couple more counting events to come. The Welsh Open, which of course starts tomorrow morning here on Eurosport and Discovery Plus and HBO Max, and the World Open in Newshan, which Higgins also won last season.
One thing about Zhao Xintong you can say is that his safety is definitely improving. I think he's played some terrific stuff. He's a fast learner. You know, he had that enforced couple of years out of the game. But, you know, the new Zhao Xintong world champion that he is just developing the ability to turn shots down when he wants to and also put more care and attention into the safety exchanges. It's the only way.
That's borne out by the stats. He's been in the 80s for safety success this week, which is very good. Right up there with Higgins.
Well, that's gone wrong. The red clearly is on, but just getting onto a colour. Pink to left middle maybe, but it's not... you never call this a significant chance yet. The balls are too tightly grouped up. Not to say you can't make it into one.
One.
As much as this great sport is a game of extreme levels of skill, you need a bit of luck as well. Zhao certainly had that in his first match against Elliot Slesser, a quite outrageous fluke on a long-range blue, which wobbled in the jaws of the green pocket.
7.
And flew into the right corner. And that turned the tournament for him, as well as that match. He was 5-2 down at the time. He made a century off that fluke, by the way, and hasn't looked back.
I think the red that's just about on the black spot might pot to the left corner, but you'd have to plough through like a wall of reds to come out onto a colour. Red. The middle looks... I mean, it just looks like the red might be potable, but there's no guarantees of being on a colour. Or no hope of being on the colour, I think, as well, for the most part. The only snag is he's not got an easy safety shot here because he can't get a thin shot up to the bulk end. So what actually does he do? He's playing this red to middle. It's a difficult shot, this. Difficult shot. He's not left one.
7.
thick from Higgins.
Yeah, very much so. He got the key ball back, but the red was always going to follow it down as it hit something because he hit a lot of the red. Now, he could go for the red, but also the snooker behind the brown is well, it should be an easy shot. See, that's a poor shot. It may not mean a thing, but, you know, I said earlier he's been paying more care and attention to his safety shots. That's true, but he shouldn't have missed the snooker there, even though it feels like a very awkward table, even if he did get a chance.
It's never ideal when the high-value colours get bogged down very early in a frame. Of course, both of these players want to be in amongst them scoring, particularly Zhao. But the black welded to the top cushion, pink buried in the reds at the moment, so not really conducive to heavy scoring as we see that overcooked snooker.
Just a bit heavy-handed, wasn't it, the way he played it? But that's a better shot here.
It's only one frame, but it felt big this afternoon. Had Zhao won it, and he did have a chance after Higgins missed a red and led 5-3, then if he makes a quick start tonight, and we know he can win frames in no time, Higgins is suddenly in a lot of trouble. So for the great man to get out of it level pegging, I think, would have delighted him. And indeed, he looked very relaxed and happy when he left the arena and they shook hands at half-time in this final.
Yeah, it's just like he's kind of weathered the storm a little bit, Higgins, didn't he, in this afternoon session when Xintong did that thing that he does where he just looks pretty devastating for a couple of frames. I'm sure that will happen again tonight at some point, and John knows that, so he's got to try and get frames like this under his belt where the balls are not prettily placed. Those three reds, I wonder if they're any kind of a three-ball plant. John's coming to look at them. Don't know if that's on. They can pop the red, but goodness, it's not easy this far away from it. It's a terrific shot. I mean, he's actually opened up the pink, which you couldn't really say it was all luck because he knew he was going into them. But that red, even though it was fairly close to the pocket, was not easy. But all of a sudden, the frame has been unlocked a little bit, it seems. Not entirely, but certainly you see plenty of reds and high enough value colours that he could get here.
Seven. Eight. 13. 14.
Played with a bit of right-hand side just to bring it round the angles. Now, where is he finishing? Surely not on top of that red.
19.
An unbelievable place to finish, really. He can't quite bring himself to believe what's happened there, because there's so many places down that right side you want something. But everything is in the way of everything else, basically. I mean, you can't even play a plant, I don't think. It's got to run away. They'll disappoint him because things opened up when he got that blue, that pink into play from the initial red.
Zhao Xintong. 19.
You get very little emotion from Zhao Xintong. He's very good at keeping that in check. But a little shake of the head will tell you, A, he was frustrated, obviously, not to land on something potable, but B, not the best safety either. So this frame taking a while to unfold, which has not been the trend in this match. That's about the sort of average shot time we see from Higgins these days, 27, 28 seconds. It's easy to forget. He'll be 51 in under 3 months' time. Remarkable that he's still doing what he's doing at this level of the game against this calibre of opposition. And of course, if he does win tonight, he will eclipse his fellow class of 92 great as becoming the oldest ever ranking event winner. Mark Williams holding that title at the moment after he beat Sean Murphy for the Xi'an Grand Prix this season.
Well, these could have easily been Zhao Xintong's, these reds and colours, but for that shot which went wrong where he finished close to a red.
Six. 11. Twelve. Eighteen. 19.
So Higgins chipping away here, but clearly the table
25.
still not conducive to a frame clinching break as things stand.
26.
I would say Higgins has already looked sharper than he did in the final of the Masters, where he was disappointed with his level against Kyren Wilson, who ran out a 10-6 winner. That's the beauty of the tour these days, though. If you do have a disappointment, you don't have to wait very long
32.
at all to put it right. And of course, the bandwagon
33.
continues tomorrow at venue Cymru, Llandudno, for the final act of the home nations this season. No one has had more success at the Welsh Open than this man. He's won it 5 times. He plays on Tuesday, as does Zhao Xintong. Mark Williams, the only Welshman to win that title, amazingly, which dates back to 1992, will open his account tomorrow afternoon against the former shootout champion Michael Holt. So things gradually becoming a bit more complicated now for Higgins. 17 in front at present.
Forty. The blue ball.
Well, hitting the bump of the middle is the reason he's not on the red, just above and to the left of the black. It's a handy lead he's
45.
now got, but yes, we're not, a lot closer to knowing who wins this frame yet.
John Higgins, 45.
He took what was available there, Higgins, to get himself 23 in front. He gets such a high percentage of shots like that, and this one wasn't a million miles away. I think the cue ball might have ended up in the pocket had it not been for the double kiss. A couple more reds now out in the open, one of which Higgins is looking at here into the centre. He is going to need one of those awkward reds, though, close to the black to win the frame.
One.
Great shot. Top jaw just fell in. And this is what I'm saying with John. I think John understands better than anybody with his wealth of experience. I was saying this earlier that, you know, he's going to lose frames in one visit, I think, in this session to Xintong, who's devastating. So he's got to pick up the pieces and, you know, sometimes feed on the scraps. I know he's a better player than that alone, but it's still going to be that these are the frames he's probably going to have to win if he's to win the title tonight and lift that trophy. They all count.
A valiant effort to promote the red that he needs if he's going to win this frame. Has he reached?
Foul.
He has not.
The miss. John Higgins, 6. Zhao Xintong, 4.
It's one of those, if he has it put back, which he may do, it's not much is going to come of it because he's just going to play the shot slightly with more pace. I think I'd probably let him play it from here. Don't think I'd ever bother having it put back. No, I think it's pretty much an irrelevance. Those 4 points, of course, could conceivably make a difference. But there's just no value there. He decided to play it himself. There was very little to be gained, whatever he did there.
Comfortably the longest frame of the final so far.
No, that could have just opened things up a bit. Now, this will interest Zhao Xintong a bit more. The frame's been sort of finally unlocked. And one good safety shot here. If he could have got behind that green, I think he'd have been favourite for the frame. He still left John Higgins an awkward shot. Yes, that's hard enough. I thought on the way it might be not making it to the reds either. But this is where he's good, you know. He realises there's some danger in the configuration of the last three reds, and the colours not being that so difficult now. So John's trying to sort of keep him at bay, not give him anything. Hoping that Zhao Xintong, who's got not as much experience, will make a significant error, but he's kind of playing his part in this. That's another good shot. Now Higgins might find it hard to play a thin safety shot here, so again, is it going to be a container? Just something that keeps his opponent at arm's length for an extra shot. He's in a spot of trouble. You can see one, but leaving a red close to the left corner has got to be avoided. Yeah, well, he's tried to keep it safe, but of course, this is not the kind of range you want to be leaving Zhao Xintong. It's not an easy shot, but he can knock these in.
One.
These feel like quite big shots coming up. I know it's only the first frame of a possible 11 tonight. Now, if he played the black, it's missable down the cushion. But he'd have a red to the right corner. If he rolls the pink in, I don't know if any of the reds go. It's not a very nice shot to have to play, this black, with a bit of pace on it. It's finished in somehow quite an awkward spot there. I'm not sure it's not any easier, quite honestly.
8. Zhao Xintong 8.
Yes, it was tough. So Higgins back at the table, 17 in front. Still going to need the two remaining reds.
I think if he pots it and gets the angle right, he probably goes into the black. So subconsciously, I think he's trying to pot the red thick there. And that's why he missed it thick. Well, he's quite lucky there. He left no shot, really. I mean, the cut back red to the right corner is a particularly unpleasant angle. He might have to play it, but it's not a very palatable shot, really, to have to play. It's a bit of an oddity of a frame, isn't it? Let's be honest, in the context of these two have played so well all week.
So this frame is turning into a bit of an epic. It's been awkward, really. At the start of the frame, the black was out of commission. The pink was awkward as well. Well past the half-hour mark, but obviously every bit as important as all the others. That's a good shot from Zhao Xintong. Further evidence that he can cut it when it comes to the safety side of things. We've seen how Judd Trump has developed his all-round match play over the last decade to become such a great match player. Zhao doing something similar, I think. Well, that may look like a good shot from John, and it is, but the fact that the green has been released, if you're just visualising a Xintong counter-attack from here, now the green's away from there, it's more doable, I think. Not necessarily now, of course, because he's a long way away from the red, but the green off the cushion's in his interest, not John's. And that was not good. One of those shots, you almost want to miss it very thin if you're going to miss it at all. So 2 reds, 2 colours for Higgins to take the lead for the first time since he was 3-2 up. So often these tight frames, which could have gone either way, feel more significant than the ones won in one clean hit. Both players investing a lot in them. One of them's going to be disappointed that they've got nothing to show for their efforts.
Well, he's very close to the red. He will need a colour with it. You know, if he push this in around the black, you know, kind of it's a missable shot. This. Made absolutely sure of it, but he will need to pop this black, and that will put him in front. So it's been a pretty horrible frame, let's be honest. But as I said earlier, they really all count, especially for this man. This has still got to be knocked in, and he knows he's getting on the yellow. And it goes. In fact, he played it in such a way he didn't get on the yellow. In case he missed it.
16. John Higgins, 16.
Zhao returns to the table. He needs 2 snookers. A wonderful scene here at the Telford International Centre, packed. Looking forward to what could be a thrilling evening snooker. This frame has been a difficult one, but barring something unlikely, it's going to be John Higgins leading 5-4. Getting 2 snookers at any time is a difficult assignment when you're playing John Higgins, one of the greatest tacticians the sport's ever seen, even more so. Over 40 minutes in length, this frame. Looks for all the world as though Higgins is going to win it, particularly if he Keeps laying a snooker like that. Already his opponent needs a couple of them. Interesting that Zhao is ploughing on here, given his style of game. He wondered whether maybe he would just give this one up and get on with the next, but he's fighting.
Yeah, I mean, he wants two snookers. Technically, it could have been one on the pink and black, although I think now that this yellow is in a potable position, if John pots it, surely that's enough. It's not the kind of start to the session Xintong wanted, a long, drawn-out frame that he eventually loses anyway.
Two.
I think that's time to call it a day and move on here. For Zhao Xintong, I don't think playing on here is any good to him, really.
Well, it's now 3 snookers.
2 on the blue, pink and black, I suppose, if he took it that far. But he's in snooker of his own all the time. John
Higgins, 2.
Sand and cement treatment is giving it.
And this time Zhao concedes. So a very long opening frame to start the final session. Last of the afternoon. And now is halfway to the title. Still a long way to go.
Well, the sting has been taken out of the match already for the evening session, and that, as I say, for the vast experience John Higgins is going to be possibly playing into his hands. But what I will say is that Zhao Xintong last night, he had a very similar match over 11 frames against Mark Allen, where he blew hot and cold, really. Allen led all the way until 5-all, and then he won the decider. So he has got the ability to stay with it and hope that things will change. His temperament is not to be questioned, I don't think. But the point is, the edge is off his game, and John Higgins has got another chance here, so his form has been blunted a bit. It's felt like the need to take that on, but of course, you take it on, you've got to get it.
Six.
Higgins won this title 5 years ago. He thrashed Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final.
Seven.
And with a tournament like this, inevitably you're going to have a tough draw because it's the top 16. As Higgins shakes his head,
14.
Looks like he may not be on anything there, but if he does win, he'll certainly have earned it. Neil Robertson, Judd Trump, the world #1, and the world champion in the final, but still a long way to go before he can think about that.
I'm not sure if he's on that. It'd be nice to see a low angle, actually, and because he was shaking his head. Let's see if that red does go to the left corner they were looking at. Well, it's come to our understanding that that red does not go. Didn't quite get to see
John
it
Higgins,
close
14.
up, but we'll have to take his word for it. Well, he's taking this red on at all here. This is another difficult one. He just missed one to the opposite, but not this time. So John had his opportunity. Didn't go into the bunch with any great sort of power or sort of ambition, I don't think. I mean, he could have finished on a red, of course. Now, he's got a bit of what you might call a cold arm at the moment. In other words, he's not getting any shots. Now he's got to find something immediately. He's got to drum up a frame-winning chance here.
It's another example of how fearless he is, though. I mean, that opening red was
6.
very missable, and he was leaving plenty had he missed it.
Yeah, but also a sign of his temperament, because he missed a similar shot to the left middle, hadn't he, just before, and didn't deter him from going for the other one.
It's strange, isn't it? Because in some ways, Zhao is still relatively wet behind the ears in big matches like this, even though he's a world and UK champion. This is his 5th final. He's playing someone who's in his 60th ranking final.
11.
But you still feel as though, and he has said himself this season, there's plenty still to learn. He's talked about trying to find greater consistency. The sky is the limit, isn't it?
I think he's learning. I really do. I think the point. It's one thing to say all those things, and as
18.
you say, he has made it clear he wants to learn. But I think he is learning from people like John. Let's be honest, who's made a
19.
career out of being a great player and making it difficult for their opponent. And Xintong has got a fairly good safety game. I'm not saying he's a Mark Selby just yet.
$26. 27. 34. 35. 42. 43.
'Well, this is where he's good. He doesn't stop playing the big shot there. He played the beautiful cannon. He could have played up the table on the loose red and just
50.
extended the lead, but he actually thought, this is the shot that wins me the frame. It's a very different frame to the previous one, isn't it?
51.
And this is almost an understanding of what the afternoon session was like to an extent. I mean, John didn't win 47-minute frames. You know, he played better himself, but you feel that John's biggest worry playing
58.
Zhao is that he's just going to get loose, isn't he, in frames? And put them away quickly.
59.
And it's so difficult to keep him down, isn't it? We saw that with the red that he negotiated at the start of this break. Very tricky into the centre. Acute angle, leaving plenty had he missed, but he didn't. And he backs himself with those shots. He won't get
66.
all of them, but he has so much belief in his game. He expects to
67.
get them. And that shot has won in the frame. It's never looked in doubt, really, since he got in. It's already
74.
3 snookers for Higgins, so this is definitely going to be 5 each.
Yes, and you feel that he's the more likely to win frames in one visit. Now John has, he's made centuries all his career. He's made big breaks this week, done a lot of things, but you still feel of the two that this man is more dangerous of the two players. It's as simple as that. Right now, anyway, it feels that way.
81.
We've had 20 centuries in Telford this week. We've yet to have one in the final. This could be the moment if he can get onto the red. Colours are waiting. And of course, Zhao owns the highest break of the week. A 1-4-2 against Sean Murphy. Didn't want to cannon the brown, so he's going to have to go some to make a
88.
century now.
The
highest break of the final from the world champion Zhao Xintong, who levels up in style. Excellent opening red each. Zhao with a break of 88 to level up once again. As we mentioned, Higgins looking to become the 14th different winner in 14 tournaments in the ranking events this season. Zhao, by the same token, looking to become the first multiple ranking event winner, having won the World Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago.
One.
He played that also well. There wasn't much angle there, and he could have potted it, and the cue ball could have gone into the jaws, but he managed to sort of shape the cue ball round. That was a good shot. Bit straight on the black. He's got to force this a little bit, which makes it not the most appealing shot to be playing. Well, that would be the way he got on the red anyway. To get on the red, he would have to force it. So he decided that the red up the table is how he's going to keep the break going.
Nine.
A lot of table for that red to travel, but
do you need help switching it off?
He just backs himself to get those.
Thanks, Paul. Oh.
Some noise in the auditorium, which hopefully has been addressed.
16.
Yeah, I mean, something happened on somebody's phone, I think. Some noises. Goodness, he got that cue ball to roar back, didn't he?
17.
He really did get hold of that. He's got incredible, I'm not going to say cue power, but he's got the ability to sort of make that cue ball come back quickly. I think it's the speed and the timing rather than, I've seen players with a lot of cue power and they hit the ball a little differently to the way that Xintong does. He's got impeccable timing.
Thanks. 6.
The cue ball flew back through the bunch. I mean, you'd say that Judd Trump's got real cue power, you know, the way he almost muscles the ball back, but it doesn't quite happen in the same way with Xintong.
23. $24. 29. 30. 37. 38.
Yes, it was quite difficult to get top side of the blue because you had to really power it, if you like, because to get to that high angle. So he's kind of mid-range on the next ball. As a left-hander, he might be able to get to that right-hand red.
$43. 44.
'Well, he's a little bit short on this black.
Which can work one of two ways. It could be that he gets into the bunch. Oh, goodness me. But the other way is, as you were saying, he didn't get on it properly. Thought that was going to drop still.
Zhao was really building up a head of steam there. He'd made 88 to level the match and got him with another good red. It was flowing nicely, but it was a missable black. Happily for him, doesn't appear as though he's landed on a red, so looks like a safety for Higgins.
He might play this red up into the yellow pocket, I think, with a view to being on the black, obviously, and not leaving one.
Looks good, doesn't it?
One.
Wow.
Well, he didn't try to go twice across.
8.
He tried to go directly into the bunch and did it off 1, 2, 3 cushions. I don't think he's on one, but the look on John's face, this was not meant to go zigzagging across the table into the reds by any means. Well, that's a brilliant shot. I mean, it's a very acute angle. You could see it from that side camera. But he had to just creep it into the middle. A terrific shot.
Please, we need to make sure the phones are at least on silent.
That's twice
Thank you.
now the phones are going off this frame, and it's a very important passage of play. I hope that's not going to continue. Great shot, this.
Please just make sure it's switched off now.
It wasn't without risk either, was it? Because if he caught the far jaw, he could have left it for Zhao. But Higgins looks pretty relaxed. I think he's enjoying himself today in a way that perhaps he wasn't in the Masters final when he underperformed against Karen Wilson. I think he's relishing the battle against the world champion.
Yeah, I think one thing you can say about Higgins is, you know, he's up for the fight, isn't he? You know, he's up for the fight. He's played everybody over many years, over a number of eras of the game, let's be honest. You know, you can go
70.
back to the Davis era and through Hendry and, you know, his contemporaries, O'Sullivan, Williams, and, you know, you've got the world champion from China, but he's competing against them all, isn't he? So he's seen it all. Whether he wins or loses, he'll roll his sleeves up and give his all in this match. It's not a particularly good kiss. He's on the first red of the three next to each other.
22.
I don't think you can underestimate the significance of beating Trump for a second straight time. Remember, Trump had won 14 of their previous 15 before they played at the Masters. Higgins won that one from behind and, of course, won again yesterday in a real roller coaster. So that would have given him a real
23.
confidence boost.
Well, that red going on top of the green's not in his interest at all. It makes the clearance very difficult in this visit.
$28. $29. $35. No problem.
Well, finished completely the wrong side of the red.
New innovation this week, ref cam.
Yeah, Xintong had a black in that pocket which wiggled and stayed over the pocket. This one drops. It's strange because I thought Zhao Xintong's black was in, but I wasn't so sure that red was in. Now, it gets interesting here because, as we pointed out earlier on in the break, that red went next to the green.
43.
What is his plan? Is he gonna try and swing it into play here? Or is he going to play on the blue and then get the snooker? I guessed it was not really a John Higgins sort of shot there to try and disturb it at that point. He could try and disturb the red and green here, or he could just play to land behind the red and snooker in behind the green. which I think he's going to do. I don't know if the red goes to the right
49.
corner. He's got an absolute cast iron snooker here. So Xintong is sure to be playing his next shot off various cushions. It's a question of how many cushions.
John Higgins, 49.
That's match play for you, and that has to be the right way of going about what he's achieved there.
Foul in the miss. John Higgins, 4. Yes.
It's all about not leaving the red here, because if he does, with the colours on their spots, it's surely going to be 6-5 Higgins. He's already 11 in front. 9 in front, I should say.
I think he's trying to go 2 cushions and hit the bottom part of the red. And it's an unpleasant snooker to be in, because even if he hits it, you feel his next shot's going to be tough as well. Twice across. And he's played it ever so well. But like I say, he's either going to go for this red up the table or nail him in behind the black. So he escaped it for the moment. There could be more punishment to come for Zhao Xintong. Well, I think he believes it goes. Yes, it passes the blue. Well, he thought it did anyway. Now, has he got the snooker here or not? There might be just a little bit of the red available. Can he just sneak past the black? I'm not sure what he played there, but it definitely wasn't that. So, John, this is a frame that Zhao was 44 in front in with an early break. And he just can't shake John off, and he can't quite get ahead of him. He did lead at 4-3. But at the moment, it could be that he's going behind again here.
He just came a little short on the black, didn't he, when he was going nicely on 44. Missed the cutback into the left corner by a smidgen.
Thanks.
And that has allowed Higgins back into this frame to the point where he's now firm favourite to win it.
Yeah, well, only these 3 bolt colours is all he requires. She's not the first, but it looks like another one that's got away from Xintong.
6. Nine.
So just this brown then, as Neil mentioned.
13.
And another important frame for Higgins because Zhao was beginning to flow again. He'd made 88 to lead or to level at 5-all. He was going nicely on 44 in this one. But that Miss Black
18.
allowed Higgins to wrest the momentum back.
In the frame.
He's looking very motivated to become the oldest ever ranking champion. And Higgins back in front in this Players' Championship in front. This is the final frame before the final interval. He's deadly with those. Really puts the pressure on an opponent's break-off, doesn't it? Because you know, if you leave him with a chance like that, more than likely he's going to sink it. And suddenly he's given himself a great early chance in this frame in his bid to tie this up again at the interval.
Thanks. 6. Please, guys. 13. 14. 21. 22.
'Well, that mightn't have been any good. He may have pushed the red potable to left middle.
29.
In which case he's a bit lucky, but it's still not a simple pot because, as you can see, it's an acute angle from over there with the cue ball. He's playing a double instead, and he was nowhere near the double. That was a rash shot.
Zhao Xintong, 29.
That was a rash shot. He's played the double knowing he'd leave one. And that's the first sign of a bit of frustration, I think, that last shot.
this was a surprise, high risk, given that he knew he was leaving. A straightforward red for Higgins if he did miss, and he missed by a margin. Well, if Higgins could take this one, he was 44 behind in the previous frame.
I think it's
8.
Run aground already, this break. Yeah, it was a moment, and John knows it, that he could have exploited just the first sign of weakness there from Xintong. There aren't many you see. You know, everyone misses balls, but just in his shot selection, that was an odd one, that double. There was no element of safety, and he got nowhere near the double. This is not a good shot from Higgins. This is a very poor shot.
John Higgins, 8.
Pressure's beginning to come out, isn't it, for both of them?
Well, that isn't a good sign for Zhao Xintong. By his standards, a pretty routine long red, but he didn't get anywhere near that one. Well, looks as though that red goes in the centre of the bunch as we see this one again.
Yeah, he decelerated on that one. I don't know whether... I think that red might go, but I don't think John can get to it because he's looking at this thin one, which is horrible. And there's a red up the other end as well. And this is quite a significant cutback. John putting various different extensions onto that cue. A good shot from Higgins. That's a very good shot. So, another opportunity. Let's be honest, this is a wide bunch of reds here that Higgins could play in off the blue. Be interested to see what he's got in mind, though, because, you know, it must be tempting to play the big shot. He's got to win this frame with a scoring visit. Doesn't want to skirt around the issue and play that red in bulk unless he has to. I think he's got to force himself to play the blue and get into the reds. So this is a big shot for Higgins. Well, he's on a red, but he's not right behind it.
6.
Well.
John Higgins.
We're just, you know, maybe guilty of assuming that it's only Zhao Xintong that's under the cosh a little bit. Well, certainly I am. Clearly Higgins is as well, because he's not played a great frame here either. Let's be honest, he's missed 2 or 3 opportunities. He's lost his cue ball a couple of times. Now this plant, if he's got no other shot, the red's not hanging over the pocket. What a crazy game this can be at times. Look at what's happened there. The red's got in the way of the black. You could play that 10 times, and I don't know if that would happen very often. Now, if he's going to take a long shot, a long bulk colour on, goodness. I don't know how confident he would be feeling on it, but where's his safety shot is the question. think the green would be the best option for him to pot that. He knocks these in, but this is a fiendishly difficult one. Hold on to your hats here. Let's see what happens. Oh my goodness, what a shot. The way he caressed it into the pocket as well, that's brilliant.
Again, shows a tremendous self-belief, doesn't it? Fearlessness. Only to then miss the red, goodness me. It's a bit of a mixed bag at the moment from Zhao Xintong, and this frame getting bigger by the moment because both players have had chances in it. Higgins looking for a 7-5 lead at the interval. Granted a reprieve there, which he wouldn't have expected after that brilliant green from Zhao. Yeah, things have become very nervy again, haven't they? Lots of errors in this frame. Zhao letting Higgins off the hook. Higgins missing with the rest and leaving Zhao another chance to tie this match up again at the final interval.
One.
Yep, it was. I mean, John's missed with the rest. Yes, it was. He was nowhere near it, but that was not an easy shot to be playing. Actually, he's not the best rest player in the world anyway. But it was quite a difficult angle to find. So I think we'll give him a pass on that because it was a difficult shot. However well you're playing.
6. Seven.
I think at times like this, though, if you're in Zhao Xintong's corner, you're thinking, well, there can be no excuses not to win this frame now, whatever's gone before. There's been a few ins and outs this frame, let's be honest. But right now, there can be no excuse for him not to level the matchup. And he's taken a...
14.
In a way, a kind of a similar pattern to this afternoon's play. Zhao looks the most dangerous by a long way when he's in. Can't shake John Higgins off, and he's not looking as sharp either, Xintong, as he did. John's sheer determination is what's keeping him in this match. Well, you might think, well, why is he saying that when he's 6-5 up? But it does feel that way to me.
22.
Probably a sensible shot that. Play on the blue, get on the red in bulk, and then a relatively high value colour. Be too many.
$28. 29.
It's quite a dangerous way of playing it, because I suppose he could have got it off there.
34.
Anyway, it's one snooker, and that does not mean the frame is over. I think we know that at this level with people like John Higgins playing. I think you'll find it's over
35.
now, though.
Not an entirely convincing frame from the world champion. He took on that rather odd double, which could have been very costly, and then missed again after the great long-range green, but Higgins' failure to pot with the rest gave him this further opportunity,
41.
and this time he's taken it, so it's going to be level again.
Yeah, we've got the equivalent
42.
of best of 7 now, and that's what we're going to be playing in the Welsh Open from tomorrow, isn't it? First round. We always think that's a fairly short match, but that's what we're playing for first prize of £150,000. So it's a pretty significant best of 7 that we're about to see following the
48.
intermission that's coming, 15 minutes or so.
49.
And the pressure could ramp up a little bit more when they resume.
$56. 58. 61. 65.
Well, you look at the scores
70.
in this frame and you think it's been an easy one for Zhao. It hasn't been. There have been moments of difficulty, a few mistakes, but he's taken these well enough.
76.
His sixth break, his fifth break of over 60 today. And he clears the table with 83. And so, once again, there is nothing to choose between this pair as we head towards the sharp end of the Players' Championship final here in Telford.
Thank you, guys. Just take your seats now, please.
So we're now down to a best of 7
Frame 13.
for the title.
Zhao Xintong to break.
Zhao to get us back underway. It's their 12th meeting, and that's an inauspicious start to the final
Foul.
mini session.
John Higgins 5.
Catching the blue, potting the blue off the break. That's pretty.
Guys, just take your seats now, please.
So we're now down to a best of 7
Frame 13.
for the title.
Zhao Xintong to break.
Zhao to get us back underway. It's their 12th meeting, and that's an inauspicious start to the final
Foul.
mini session.
John Higgins 5.
Catching the blue, potting the blue off the break. That's pretty unusual.
Yeah, well, I've seen it before, but it doesn't happen very often, does it? I do think that, I think it was in the UK Championship a couple of years ago, the strangest one was where Stuart Bingham potted the black off the break. And I have never seen that before in all the years. But, you know, again, it's Zhao just cannot shake John Higgins off. And if John gets in first here, that will be, you know, his way of keeping that trend going. But he's got a stretch. He's got an extension on his cue, I think. I have to say, I fancied him to pot that, and he got nowhere near it. But look where the balls have finished. It's unbelievable, isn't it, the way this match is kind of taking the same pattern all the time. It's been an odd game today, these 12 frames.
Zhao's entitled to think he might have a reasonable chance of scoring there, but Higgins got away with the miss.
I mean, he missed the red by a mile, didn't he, Higgins? This could be a re-rack. I mean, I don't know where we're going to get with this. Playing all those deliberate miscues, but you can still play a push shot on those sometimes. I mean, I don't see how that can be anything but a push shot, really. I mean, I'm not saying it was an intentional one, but balls were incredibly close together there.
Foul. John Higgins 4.
Can only assume that was called for a push shot. It looked less of a push shot than the previous one to me, but when the balls are close like that, you know, I'm sure Marcel is right. He's an excellent referee. Now this plant is getting him in. There's value in it. The two reds are wide apart. Oh, he's got... Goodness me, that was a horror plant. What has he done there? That was one of the worst shots I've seen John play for a while. It was a difficult plant. It made it look impossible.
1. Eight. 9. 16. 17.
Zhao's made most of the breaks in this final. 62, 61, 81, 88 and 83 to level at 6-all. Higgins with 83 and 90.
$24. 25.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point, isn't it? There's no doubt who the biggest scorer is. I know that, you know, John Higgins over his career has made it, what is it, 1,057 centuries. I'm not talking about over a lifetime. I'm talking about right now. You know, the biggest scorer is the man at the table.
32.
And the most dangerous, or the more dangerous of the two anyway. But John's got other things to fall back on, albeit he has played two very poor shots this frame. That red he missed and the plant was completely got wrong.
$33.
Left-hand side, staying on the black.
$40. Zhao Xintong, 40.
It's kind of been the pattern of the match. Just when Zhao was threatened to start to really turn it on, the odd error has stopped him in his tracks. It happened when he was on 44 in that frame when he missed the black. Higgins ended up winning the frame.
That was the worst one, though, wasn't it, Philip? This worst one he's missed there. I mean, he was doing nothing there, just rolling it in on the blue. There was You know, sometimes you can understand why a ball is missed, but really there, you should never miss that red.
One.
John's just got to drag himself back now. As I say, with 2 bad shots this frame, but if he wins it, that'll be forgotten.
Eight. Nine.
Higgins not thrilled with that positionally. Wanted to be on the blue, but he's gone too far.
Eleven.
Well, he wasn't sure about that one. It was always heading towards the bottom jaw, but played slowly enough to drop.
Nineteen. 20.
One of Higgins' better centre pocket shots. He missed a series yesterday, most notably a few pinks, including match ball, which he did very well to recover from with a 65 break in the decider against Judd Trump, who had let him back in by missing a red.
That's not worked out. That is almost certainly end of break. Can't think where another red could be that he could keep this break going with. It's been an oddity to this match, really. The balls have run not kindly, but also we have to say that the players have missed a few. You know, it hasn't been all bad running. I mean, for instance, the red earlier this frame that Xintong missed was pretty much a sitter, I thought, to middle.
John Higgins, 25.
Invariably, these frames have gone fairly close at this stage. I mean, we haven't had many frames go down to the colours. We had a couple, but these kind of frames from here, Higgins has mostly won them. And as we were saying earlier, the breaks, which have won frames in a single visit, have often been from the world champion.
Yeah, 4 of the 6 frames Zhao has won. Higgins hasn't scored.
To be honest, having missed that red earlier on into that pocket, which was a whole lot easier, that was always going to be a tough one, wasn't it? It was the same kind of angle as the one he missed earlier, but he completely misjudged the other one.
1.
So another chance has come up, and really there can be no excuse again for this. If he doesn't win the frame here, it's a golden chance. The reds in the middle of the table aren't really too badly placed, because as soon as he takes the bottom right-hand one, he'll move
8.
an opening for the red below the pink to the opposite pocket, and it'll keep on happening until there's none left on the table.
9.
So this is a great chance to lead. And he did lead earlier, 4-3. That's the only time.
$16. 17. 24. 25.
Looking at the scoreboard, 31 the lead, 43 remaining with his colour to come. So, colour and red.
Yeah, and the angle on the pink, he's not taking him right behind the red, unless he takes the cue around the angles, it seems. Got to miss the green here, which he's done. Not bad. Still not absolutely perfect,
31.
but he's got an opportunity. And will he play it into the bottom pocket? Plays it to middle, then of course he maybe will leave a red on. We'll be the first to know. We're right behind this. It's kind of been the story of the session. They just can't
Zhao
deliver
Xintong,
a killer
31.
blow. I'm surprised he missed that one. The way he punches the balls in. You see, it wasn't going in.
And what a chance with that red being deposited by Higgins for him to steal. The frame he looked very likely to lose just now.
Well, John's been clearing up like this for years, hasn't he?
8.
30 years. And it would come as a surprise to me if he didn't do it again here, quite honestly, because you can see the importance of it. He's not been in this frame, but he might win it.
9.
I don't think he's got the perfect angle here. You have to play this well. He's a bit straight. He's got to screw across and back down for the yellow. Played it with screw and right hand reverse side, and he could not have played it better. That's a terrific shot from Higgins.
16.
So Zhao was one red away from retaking the lead in this final, and now Higgins firm favourite to do that himself.
$18. $21. $25. $30.
He played it well. He had to make sure he's straight on this ping, and that's exactly what he has done. What a steal this is going to be, and what
36.
a painful blow for the world champion.
I recall he did this a couple of times in his match against Chris Wakelin when he wasn't playing his best Higgins. He stole a couple on the black. And he's done it again in the final against the world champion Zhao Xintong, who had frame ball red but rattled it into the jaws of the left corner, and Higgins has done what he does. Higgins with only 2 really sizable breaks today, but he's winning the tight ones. He's only actually scored 28 points in the 6 frames that Zhao has won in this final. He needs 3. The world champion needs 4. Good red, but no colour to go with it. It's just not happening for Zhao at the moment in this match.
No, it isn't. But he shouldn't have lost the last
Yellow
frame,
ball.
and he shouldn't have lost that other frame when he made 44 and missed the black. So, you know, a strong argument that he should be quite a long way in front, actually.
1.
But he isn't.
May I? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No problem.
Very nearly and in off as it is. Awkward queuing for Higgins over the leather of the pocket.
I mean, he's not a player ever played the game, likes to be in the jaws of the pocket like this. It's a bit like going to the dentist. No one really likes it.
Foul in abyss. Zhao Xintong. 4.
Is it a free ball? It's hard to know, actually. I get the feeling. Well, I think those 2 reds probably, you can get to both sides of that red. Going to go back,
Okay.
isn't it?
What's the problem on the spot?
Long day,
Wasn't
isn't it,
stop,
for
was
the
it?
players, but also for the referee, Marcel Eckhart. But he looks pretty nimble out there still, doesn't he?
Yeah, they don't get the luxury like the players do of sitting down. It is a long day.
Just have a look for me, please, John.
Julian Bell is the marker for this final.
If he puts that any closer, it's going to go into the pocket anyway,
Sure.
isn't it,
Yep.
that cue ball?
Xintong, thank you.
Just a bit of it sticking out. It's just not a pleasant shot to have to play, is it? Now, this is very interesting. I don't know whether he can see the red's full ball or not, because
Foul and a miss.
this is where the angle comes into play.
Zhao Xintong 4
Although
and a
it's
free
a
ball.
free ball this time. But could he actually see the reds on the left because the jaw of the pocket was in the way? Anyway, he's going to play this, so we'll never know the answer to that. Yeah, and it was the right call.
One. Four.
Not for the first time today. The black is awkward early in a frame, covered by that red. Certainly to the right corner pocket.
5.
But a chance for Zhao to get the disappointment of missing the frame ball in the previous frame out of his system early in this one, in his bid to tie this up again and make it a best of 5 frame match from here. Against Zhang Anda in the World Grand Prix finally was quite brilliant. Made 5 centuries in the title match. This has been a different sort of match. But you can't always play your best.
No, and he hasn't played his best here. And as you say, even that he split them up, the problem with that black and red, as you pointed out, is still there. He's not going to find it easy to score big here with pink on the side cushion and black obscured by the red. So how does he get out from here onto a colour? He's going to have to force this. It's a good shot. Done well to get even there.
Sixteen.
There have been a few too many of those sorts of errors from Zhao as this match has unfolded. Very surprising.
Yeah, no one is more surprised watching him than me. I'm a big fan of his game, but there's a definite suspicion that the edge has gone off of his game for whatever reason. And John Higgins has had something to do with that because he's been at him all day, let's be honest. Even played at his best.
One.
That's okay. But the problem now is John's with the red and the black, so I value colours at a premium.
Four. Five. 8.
Looks a bit uncomfortable in his chair, I think. I'm not surprised that the way that this session is going. It'll be more uncomfortable if John wins his frame from this visit at 8-6. That would be a bit of clear daylight, which he kind of felt that if it was going to happen, it would be the other way round.
Didn't pot that red cleanly, which is why he's slightly short on his intended position on the blue. Wanted to be the other side of it.
$14.
It says a lot, though, for the match play nous of Higgins that he's only made 2 big breaks today, 83 and 90, and yet he's won 7 of the 13 frames and is in with a chance of winning this one as well. But he makes a mistake.
John Higgins, 14.
Well, I didn't expect him to miss that one. I mean, yes, he was a bit of a stretch, but not a huge stretch. This could end up a great final in that could go down to a last frame thriller, but it hasn't really lived up to the expectations. Not really. I mean, it's been enthralling in certain ways because it's reminding us how difficult the game is and how much pressure these players feel. And it might yet be very memorable, but it's not been a classic, let's be honest.
$6.
Is he on it? He's sort of willing that cue ball to come round. I think he must just, yeah, he's all right, just about.
$7.
Always things that are awkward, aren't they? I mean, he hits that red. Now, if the yellow was not in the gap between the green and brown, it would be an easier up and down. Now he's got to get past all 3 bolt colours in a short area. And the cue ball's heading in that direction, so he's got to sidestep those 3. Which he's done expertly. Great shot. So he's just
12.
chiseling out a lead, but not a huge one. Yeah.
13.
That's no good. Now, it is a small lead, but he's got to sort of make something of it, really. Again, it's this sort of frame that he's been losing. Playing the yellow. Thought he might leave the yellow there and use that as a shield, play the green and get behind yellow and brown. But anyway, left Higgins a thin safety shot. Well, it's meant to be a thin safety shot. He hit it about half ball. be all right there. Touch and go for a moment.
8. Nine.
Short of pace, it's okay. Using the rest here, but this is kind of where the last frame went against him, leaving a chance for Higgins to clear.
Thanks. 15.
It was Higgins' turn to miss, surprisingly, into the right corner after Zhao had missed one himself. 39 the lead, 51 left. Black to follow. So this black, a red and a further colour should be sufficient to tie it up again.
$22. $23.
This blue is frame ball.
Yeah, so he saw weakness in John, actually, because John missed a bad one.
28.
So, I mean, a lot's been made of Zhao Xintong, the edge coming off his game. John's in a similar position. I think John
29.
would have felt that to be 7-all with the world champion, he probably would have had to play better than he has. But we go again. These two, it's hard to split them, really. It was 2-0 Higgins
34.
a long time ago.
Zhao Xintong. 34 and the frame.
John Higgins concedes, so neither player can pull away from the other. At the moment, it feels like we're going to the wire here in Telford. We'll see. But right now, they both need 3 out of 2 with the Tour Championship in Manchester to come in March.
There's just been a few little signs. I mean, I know that it's easy to say that one player is wilting more than another, because at the moment, Zhao has won the most recent frame, but John Higgins, he is showing a little bit of fatigue, I think, and we've made a lot of the fact that he's in his 51st year, and it's hard to concentrate for long periods. I'm sure he can summon up the strength to win the match if the chance comes. But there are a few signs of it, I think, that he's struggling.
The last 12 months for John Higgins have been something of a second wind when you consider he went 4 years without winning a title. In that time, he lost 5 finals, 3 of them in deciding frames from winning positions. But he ended that drought at the World Open last season and then, of course, added the Tour Championship. And he played brilliantly in that final from a losing position against Mark Selby. 8-5 down to win the last 5 as he did. Quite outstanding, and of course finalist in the Masters this year already. Contesting another big final here. Testament not only to his class but also his dedication and his never say die spirit, even when he was struggling to cross the line in big finals. Kept believing, and it's paid off for him.
One.
Not a bad kiss. Puts him on the black, but I mean, it's not an easy black with the red below it, potentially in the way also. Played a good shot there.
8. Nine. Sixteen. 17.
No reason why you shouldn't come away from taking high value colours with these reds, blacks, because it's the easiest way to go forward.
24.
A little bit of cough and a splutter, isn't there? We did notice that actually in the World Grand Prix, that he seemed a bit off colour at times. I'm not saying he is again, but
25.
just noticing that every now and then, a bit of a tickly cough or something. He walks around.
He's made 5 centuries in this tournament, including, of course, the tournament high break of 142 against Sean Murphy, which will bag him a £10,000 bonus as things stand. He was actually on for a 147 this afternoon.
Good shot there. He was unsure which shot to play, the pink or the black. I think the black was going to be his chosen option, because the pink does go in at the bottom of the bunch, so it ties it up. But he's on the red at least to follow it.
Thank you. 31. 32. 39. 40. 47. 48.
It was another great long red from Zhao to set up this chance. At times today, it's been around this part of the break where there have been a few errors that have allowed Higgins back in contention. Can he kill this one off in one visit and get himself in front? For the first time since he led 4-3.
I mean, is he on this red that he's close
55.
to? It must be very touch and go. I'm not sure, you know. I'm not entirely sure. If he's playing it with a trace aside, it's missable. No, he's done well. I think he did play it with sided. Chewing down on the ball, that was a nice
56.
shot. But as Philip said, you know, even here, this pink he could miss and leave the frame. Would be a bad one to lose, so he's got to make sure this goes in. Only just. That was it, wasn't it? That was it. Maybe he's sort of battled through those
62.
moments. But he definitely is coughing a lot, isn't he? And at the World Grand Prix, there was definitely a similar point where he seemed a bit under the weather.
63.
Well, this is the kind of frame ball you want.
69.
So this has been Zhao's best contribution for a while. He was able to win the previous frame after Higgins missed, but he got in with a great long red again in this one, and it's a clean kill. One visit stuff again from Zhao. We've seen an awful lot of that from him over the last 12 months or so.
76.
Including, of course, his dazzling run from qualifying to the Crucible title. Hasn't been A1 today, but great players can win when they're not at their best. And he seems to be adding more and more
82.
facets to his game with each passing tournament. The safety is very solid and getting
83.
better. And in terms of his potting ability and his natural talent, peerless.
'89.
Well, as I mentioned a couple of times,
90.
the match with Mark Allen was quite similar. He was always behind. He couldn't get back into the match until it got to 5-all. But I think what we can say about him is that whatever goes before, usually when it comes to the big moments, you know, when push comes to shove, he's able to play his best snooker then. I think we were at that stage.
97.
Certainly at 7-6 down, and he's upped his game at last. Been waiting all day for it, haven't we? But I think it's here now. Terrific break.
The crowd enjoying it. Century number 6 of the week. The red doesn't matter.
Zhao Xintong, 104.
And so Zhao Xintong hits the front for the first time since frame 7. And he's within 2 of his 5th ranking title in his 5th final. He leads John Higgins by 8 frames to 7. Needs 3 to be crowned Players' Champion.
Well, if he's playing safe back to baulk, it's dangerous with the red up there. Well, there you are. You know, it was dangerous. I know that he may have missed the brown, but he didn't, and he's given John an in straight away, albeit if he pots the red to middle, he has no idea where the cube was going. It's crashing into reds, I think. I think he's at the stage where he probably needs to chance his arm a little bit here, knock it in, and hopefully someone will smile at him and he'll be on a colour. If he gets too fancy, he could miss the red. Yeah, I mean, playing it down the bottom had better rewards, but it was a considerably more difficult pot than into the middle. I can understand why he didn't want to take the risk, though, of playing into loads of reds. Now, is this the moment where if he goes 2 up or through the play, you know, he might feel like he's broken the back of this match at long last, but goodness, it's taken him some time to get into gear, isn't it?
He's well over 300 points ahead of John Higgins in this match. So in terms of the breaks, it's been Zhao very much holding sway. That was the 5th frame that Zhao has won this evening, where Higgins has not potted a ball.
6. Thanks. 7.
He's not gone far enough. He looks horrified. Yeah, I think that was really annoying because there wasn't a big gap to get through onto the red, but had he done so, it really opened up the frame, and now he can't do anything with this. And it wasn't the simplest of positional shots, but I expected him to come out on top.
Zhao Xintong. 14.
Slightly weak safety shot from Higgins. But the red that Xintong is looking at is anything but easy. He's beginning to find his range. It was only that positional error that stopped him from
1.
basically continuing that break and still being on it now, I suppose. He's got a terrific long game, though, isn't he? I mean, he's very dangerous at long range. But there's more to him than that. You know, his temperament is outstanding.
6.
His long game is terrific. He's got lovely touches. He's learning a safety game. And the other thing, of course, is he's our world champion. So it's not as if he's got any real learning to do.
Well, that's the scary bit about it, isn't it, for the rest of the field, that it does feel like he's still a work in progress, and yet he's won 2 of the 3 biggest titles in the game. there's definitely a feel that he's found
14.
something a bit extra in the last couple of frames.
He certainly had to, didn't he? You know, he was looking a bit lackluster. Even if he goes 9-7 up, you know, you still couldn't rule out Higgins coming back, because he's made of strong stuff, is John Higgins, but it doesn't feel right now as if he's in the match.
And there have been times this week
22.
when he's obviously struggled. He was 5-2 down against Elliott Slessor. Yes, he got that extraordinary fluke on the blue, which turned the match around, but
23.
he still had to win 3 frames from there, even after making a century off that fluke. Never in front against Mark Allen until the decider. And came up with a couple of outstanding pots under
30.
extreme pressure to win that one. He's got that champion's temperament that when the going gets
31.
tough, he can find another gear, it would seem.
Yeah, and in between all of that, you know, he peaked really when he played Sean Murphy. I think he played really well. And Sean Murphy was fuming afterwards. He said, why does everyone play like that against me? Because Murphy didn't do a great deal wrong.
36.
Days like that kind of almost speak for themselves with Xintong. It's the bad day at the office that you've got to win.
37.
And that will elevate him to a higher level of play, I think.
Just 14 points from Higgins since he led 7-6.
44.
And it's looking highly likely he's now going to trail 9-7.
45. $52.
A red in any colour.
53. $60.
And there is the applause for frame ball. I think the biggest fear for John Higgins or
61.
anyone playing Zhao Xintong is a burst of brilliance, and we have seen it now. The last 2 frames.
$68.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a very late night, but all of a sudden it's looking like it may not be now. 1, 2 fairly brisk frames here.
Thanks. 69.
What a shot that is.
76.
It wasn't easy. The stun off the cushion, straight down the middle of the table. Beautifully played.
77.
And the question now is, what has
84.
Higgins got left by way of a response? Zhao Xintong
85.
has upped the stakes here in Telford. He's making a push for the winning line in style. And he really is a joy to watch when he's
92.
in full flow like this. Doesn't appear to rush, but
93.
the balls disappear at a rate of knots. And Just this yellow for
99.
back-to-back centuries and his 7th of the tournament.
101.
Wonderful. You've got to be a special player to pull out snooker like this, having struggled a bit. And he was missing a few earlier this evening, but he's not now.
No, exactly. And of course, it looked really frustrating when yet another frame had gone against him and he missed that red into the bottom left and Higgins cleared. You thought, well, you know, is he ever going to break free of Higgins? Is he ever going to? And he never let his shoulders droop.
113.
He just moved up a notch. And it just looks like he's having a little practice, doesn't he? You know, he's not
119.
really breaking sweat here, just waltzing around the table. Terrific stuff.
The 126 clearance from the world champion, showing just why he is the Crucible King. John Higgins has got to win the last 3. Zhao Xintong on the cusp, leading 9-7. Zhao Xintong has just broken off and has really upped the ante. Back-to-back centuries from him, 7 in all for the tournament to lead. John Higgins 2 up with 3 to play, 9-7.
And the question is, you know, what has he got left in the tank? And, you know, a lot's been made of the fact that he'd be 51 soon. And he got to the final of the Masters brilliantly all the way through. And then in the final, he seemed to run out of gas against Kyron Wilson. You know, his fellow class of 92 man got to the world final against
Zhao
Xintong and did the same, really. It was a much too many. While Higgins is struggling, Xintong may be just getting stronger.
That's another wonderful pot from distance. He may be feeling a bit under the weather with that cough, but his snooker right now is in the rudest health.
Well, is he on the red? It must be touch and go, that one. And if it's touching the red that he's closest to, I suspect he won't be on it. Ooh, that's a real tough one, isn't it? He's not a touching ball, so he might be able to sneak through. Sometimes with these, you don't know until, unfortunately, it's too late. You've played the shot. Yeah, that's fine.
6.
See, that's the difference. About 3 frames ago, he'd have been buried on that red. Not on anything, but, you know, when you hit a bit of form, the little rubs go your way instead of against you. It's going to have to be a red up into the green pocket, I think, to keep this break alive.
13.
Another great pot.
40.
His eye is well and truly in now, fresh from those back-to-back centuries.
$19. 20.
Well, this shot is going to tell us a lot more as to the fate of the frame and maybe the match, because if he gets the cannon in potting this black, he could be well away. a nice split, although he's not on the simplest of continuation reds. There's one to middle, right middle.
27.
And the one he's very close to. Red to right middle. If he wasn't queuing over that other ball, it'd be okay, but he doesn't have a lot of freedom. He's going to have to be this close one, and Marcel Eckhart just watching over it. It's a perfectly legal shot, and a couple of nice nudges. All of a sudden, things have changed.
It's an onslaught, isn't it, at the moment, from the world champion. John Higgins hasn't potted a ball in the last 2 frames. There's a danger he may not pot another one in this final.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if he's on that right-hand red of the 2. That would be end of match, I think. But there seems to be just always one more shot to play at the moment, and if it's a red up into a bolt pocket, then it's a tricky one. Whether we would just pop this and play on the pink close up, I don't know. Looks like he's screwing back towards the black.
36.
I think we're at the point, I think the end is nigh in this match, it seems.
He's got that glint in his eye again now, hasn't he? At times this evening, he's looked below par. He's missed a few he wouldn't normally.
43.
But great champions sense the moment to strike, and Zhao Xintong has done exactly that.
$44.
But has that gone wrong?
Well, I mean, he's got the blue, but I mean, he seemed to be queuing a little bit. He's not on that pink, by the way. Queuing a little bit higher on that. I thought he could have got into the cue ball more. And then this blue all of a sudden is another challenge for him. If he passes, he's made that a little bit heavy weather of this break. I mean, if I'm allowed to say that, because it was mostly brilliant what he's doing here. But he's just not getting on the balls perfectly.
John Higgins craning his neck to watch that one disappear, wondering if he'll get a further opportunity in this match. It was looking good for Higgins at 7-6, even though he wasn't playing at his peak. He seemed to be in control of things out there, but that's been snatched away from him in pretty rapid fashion.
$55.
Not too much more to do to get his hands on the trophy.
56.
Well, we've waited a long time today, haven't we? You know, we build him up at the start. If you haven't seen much of him play, I mean, obviously, as world champion, you probably have. But, you know, all of a sudden, you're seeing what we've been seeing and why he's
62.
doing what he's doing in the game. Because just when he needed something big, he's done it. And now red and a high-value colour from here, and he wins it. But, again, he's slightly in between shots, so he's going to have to pull out a good one. The red to middle. He missed one of these earlier in this pocket.
63.
Not this time. So the black frame ball. Players' Championship ball. He stayed down on the knee. He's almost a little celebratory, standing over the shot for a bit longer than he really needed to.
$71.
What a finish this has been to the final from Zhao Xintong. Not always at his best today, but he's produced some champagne snooker when it was most required to pull away from the great John Higgins.
78.
But now he can relax and enjoy the victory lap.
It's been amazing, isn't it, how he's turned this on. Just like turning on a tap, isn't it? He just said, right, I'm going to knock in a barrage of big breaks here to win this.
86.
Be nice if he made another century, wouldn't it?
What a player, yeah. You're not wrong. And I'm sure John Higgins will be the first to congratulate him warmly, because this has been too good. Higgins, as you would expect, the great champion that he is, has competed well, and at 7-6 up, it was looking very favourable for him, but he couldn't have legislated for this burst of brilliance. The world champion, Zhao Xintong, becomes the 2026 Players' Champion. What a finale from him. Back-to-back centuries and a frame-winning break.